Hello, 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 everyone. How are all of you? Hopefully, you're all doing well. So, we're back to doing more of the Endwalker MSQ. Hermes is ready to return to his duties. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward ambystoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. That's so cute, that little Pegasus unicorn thing flying about. This here is a new species of Petalota we recently set loose. It's been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Make ourselves a little bit of a drink here. Ah, yes, lightning Noma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the Noma here to replenish their ether. It appears Medion is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Noma? Noema? By using this lightning converger, you can harness the ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Perfectly done. Look. See how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their action despite their lack of words? Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. But a soulless arcane entity such as a Noma or an ephemeral life form such as the Petalota all seek to perpetuate their existence to survive. A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision such as Hythlodius may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me it doesn't matter. She is herself and that is all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Netion?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me.
Probably not.
So, are we the same? Entelekis.
This is true. It's just like, because I want to do it.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
Well, it's your fault. Partially your fault.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Enteleki make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
He has a lot of very sharp teeth that look alike. And honestly, this place would just be a wonderful place to just sit down, read a book. Emmett Silk appears to be deep in thought. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he'd be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Oh ho, you wish to know why Emmett Silk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten where to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Oh, but yes it is, because Emmett Silk is awesome. I mean, he's evil, but he's awesome. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampulos to my satisfaction. All's well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well, the Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main aisle and head north. Ah, there it is. It wasn't really south, it was just pretty much straight east. Excuse me. I passed it. So tomorrow, I have absolutely no plans for tomorrow, other than playing some games with Zell and maybe anyone else we can get to join. So I'm going to see about what time he wanted to start, and then probably go about just streaming pretty much maybe all day after I get back from doing some grocery shopping. I understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, But a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water. Its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished and cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance linked towards water, the Cryptus would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. Ash will transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You need to go to such lengths? You don't know, but of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless. Shameful! Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort, it's just that when transformed, I can yield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? House. Did it recover? No. They deserve a chance when something's going wrong. Just a moment here. Something's eating up some juice. Hell. What the hell is eating up so much power? God damn it. Trying to be able to close things, I just can't. Might I be cooperating now? Okay. Let's see whether or not it's going to cooperate here. They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Hmm? Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Silk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its foes, somewhere out of sight? It's like, I dare you. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I'd but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. Am I going to guess that Hythlodius is going to commit the indiscretion himself? I trust you don't mind. Emmett Silk is out of sight. Good, let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Silk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. I like this plan. I want you to go to him itself, tell him that you have a favor to ask. He'll be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged with our friend. The trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. I like this idea. Well, all are your preparations for a scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete. I I have a favor to ask. Oh no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. I don't know what Thlos is up to, and I will not be made of. Will not, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. We beg of you, dear Emmett Silk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
Yes, yes, I am.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
We'll make no guarantees on that.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
I fully believe this is going to be quite the spectacle.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow.
Well,
Her
sounds like a
antics
certain warrior
irritate
of
Emmett
light.
Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
No, let's let him keep at it for a while. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. Andalusia and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you'll need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed, with this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. It's been there. I'm getting through it. Though I helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herb animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If this is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility come to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place? These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief, as you wish. I mean, it's been a really interesting story. I've really been rather enjoying it. It it may actually take top spot above Stormblood for me. Hermes. I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let's return to Anagnorisis for now. Because was my favorite expansion of all of them. I still remember when that first came out. Such a rush to get on the servers and try to do things. I hadn't felt that much joy and anger trying to get in to play this game since 2.0 was first released. And then just scheduling and timing, and it's taken me this long to get around to finally getting here in the MSQ. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help? Do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. So far, it really has been. I really enjoyed the Loporits. Tell me, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis, you say. Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon the nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a wide berth. It is nature of the Lycaon that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an astounding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes, wait. If this is part of this work, then I would observe. We follow. They were. They were so awesome. I mean, I'm hoping that they become maybe like one of the, I'd say if they'd probably be the crafting beast tribe for, this expansion. I think that'd probably make the most sense. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A Lycaon was indeed responsible. but the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. Man makes his base at 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Emetselk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure that Lycion did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I'll go on ahead. Please follow. Come, come. It's down this path and over the bridge. Though so far of the new NPCs, I'm not sure who I like more. Living Way or Medion. They're both really awesome characters. If I remember correctly, they added the Arxadora, the elephant people in Thavnair. I've done a little bit with them on my main character already. Is that just something sitting there, or is that a hunt? That's a hunt creature. Okay, that's what I thought. Though, what I'm most looking forward to getting around to doing, because I haven't gotten around to doing it on my main yet, is the Hildebrand quest. Because the lack of having such in Shadowbringers really kind of hurt the game for me. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros, too. He's the man with the long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. You've been mainly leveling classes. Yeah, I get that. So far, while doing on this character, I've gotten 3 so far through doing roulettes. Over on my main, I think I've got right now 4 or 5. Doros, that's Doros. Well, no, if it isn't Medion, what brings you here? I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycions, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't, return them to Tysus. Once I submit my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14? What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that Lycion Sarda occupates as the observer in charge. You are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? Aye, I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycions would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pashterat may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. I thought they did. I thought that was part of the Hildebrand quest. At least I think that's what I was told. Assured I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. 6.25. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of Ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we must not lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet, insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Lycaons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to those beings to exhaust all options to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with the full report, and you may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion that Emmett Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray, show them to the meeting room. I unfortunately don't generally keep up the best with patch notes for any game. I've got too many multiplayer games I play, mixed with all the story games I have yet to ever play. So it's like, I try to at least get brief highlights, so that usually means I'm, to a certain degree, fairly inaccurate. Because, I mean, I've got Babylon's Fall I try to keep up with, I've got Destiny 2 I try to keep up with, I've got this, I've got hundreds of single-player games I've yet to actually even get to sit down and play. God, I hate having to have a day job. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. You needn't be an Intellekea to feel the weight bearing down on Hermes. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Medion, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with the Warrior of Light. Loath though I am to impose, may I leave Medion in your care again? Yeah. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. That's probably where I had the idea that it was already out and was part of the Hildebrand quest line. Can you help me with something? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions. What we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start there at the 12 Wonders. Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Why are we going to go look at a tree? Then again, with my downgraded graphics I have to run on it, probably looks much better at higher end. I mean, I can play her at higher graphics, just not when I'm streaming. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Oh, well, I guess I was right. There aren't any flowers on it. Or apples. Apples are always good, depending upon the variety. A array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine there. Let's keep looking. Oh, a conian, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at me. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. It's kind of nice the way at least they kind of more balance out the fighting with just kind of general run-of-the-mill slice of life kind of quests. Nothing around here. Over there, something big, huge. Yeah, that's not a flower. It's an Adonis. The thing needs around its mouth and looks like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think? Would he like it? So not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. I mean, having a lot of action is great and all, but I mean, it's nice to just kind of have some more relaxing moments in your games. Ah, there's nothing. The shining thing over there, what could it be? I mean, right now let's just kind of go up and down a little bit, but I'm sure as we reach the climax, we're going to have quite a bit of down and then maybe some coming back up. Oh, Elvis flowers, they're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're into Chaos. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home? Then do you have it too? A dark emotion? Yeah. Closer you get to climax, it's more up than down. You don't have to say it. I can feel it's something you want to hide. But won't you lend it to me? The darkness inside you? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Truly, you'll do it? Thank you, thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. It's different per person. Well, I mean, everybody reacts differently to stories because of all their inherent metaphysics of how their brain thinks and processes information and data. So, I mean, inevitably, everyone will react to any story just slightly differently. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
Yeah, just a little bit.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision.
Here we go.
My thanks for keeping me company. And the Stark and Iphideus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on.
Ah,
You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Mission has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Yeah, sure. I don't see why not. And thank you for the follow there, Daryl56. We'll draw a card to put in the scrapbook here in a few moments. Oh, look at the cute little hedgehog.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. They sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration?
Because people don't think about it.
Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Nah, well, we all brood. I do that myself. Really shouldn't burden him with our problems. Let's go with that one.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden. You are a strange one.
Well, I mean, we all gotta try and work together and make ourselves and the world a better
Stars in
place.
the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life.
Oh,
As one
interesting.
might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right.
Well, on that note, because all the Final Fantasy games share a same universe or multiverse, according to good old Yoshi P. Could Genova be one of the Meteon sisters that had gotten thrown out? Hell, I mean, even good old Greg said he came from another star. Hermes appears solemn and sorrowful. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it is time I tend to my task. As Imitselk and Hythlodius are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lycaons. 7 were created for observation. Null 7 must be unmade. Well, no. More specifically, after the failure of Final Fantasy 14 in its 1.0 format, Square made that it was like a council with Yoshi P being one of the main people on it. That's to oversee basically the continuation and quality of all Final Fantasy games from that point onward. And one of the things that they stated is that all the games, um, although each one is its, for the most part, except for a few select options, are their own world. They all share. They never quite say whether it's the same multiverse, meaning that technically you could break from one universe into the other, as there is actually, uh, what is his name? Gilgamesh uh, is actually in the various games stating that that's what he does, is he goes from one universe to another, searching for the most powerful weapons in all of them. Uh, and basically they try to make sure that continuity things like that are kind of explained away. And so that was kind of what they did, was basically go that they're all in a shared multiverse, not just bringing in sort of call-outs to some of the other games like what they do in 14. It's also why they were able to pull off the Lightning Returns event and the Final Fantasy 15 event, um, which are canon to 14 but not canon to their respective games. I don't know how they pull it off, how they explained it away with 15, but with Lightning Returns, they explained it away as basically in the crossing back, she loses her memory. Oh, and they did the same thing with the Final Fantasy 11 event. That's how what's her name operates too. When she crosses, she loses her memory. Doros has followed the correct protocol, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. Lycons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Eclodius has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet, whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycions have served their purpose. Duros has already isolated the creatures and preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let's be off then. We return to the main aisle. I don't know if it's still available to do. I hope it is, because once I finally get around to playing Final Fantasy 15, I'd like to replay it. There was a long time ago, there was a Assassin's Creed event that was its own little side story you could play through. It wasn't, you didn't play it through the main game. It was just, and from the menu you selected it kind of like you do the various episodes, from my understanding. Oh, you're in an ad? I'll stop talking and I'll go back over what I was. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied even more so than usual and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Illusion handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. This is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emmett Selk, unneeded though it is. Meteon, you are to stay here with Doros. But Hermes, the Lycaons must revert. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you are intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Okay, I see where my observing computer is off ad, so I'm going to assume you are as well. First off, let's draw a card for your follow to put in the scrapbook. And we are going to put in the scrapbook. If I can get it to focus, my camera to focus. Descend upon the sinful. Above the cries of phrase ring out, you will all be saved. Kind of fitting with this expansion of 14, I'd say. But what I was saying is, I didn't know that there was a 14 event in Final Fantasy 15. Hopefully it's there for me to check out once I ever get around to playing it. I did check it out long, long ago. I don't know if it's still in either of the games to see and do. But back when Assassin's Creed Origins came out, there was a crossover event between Assassin's Creed Origins and Final Fantasy 15 with its own little chapter and story that you did as like an episode that I would really like to do on stream someday whenever I get to it. If, like I said, if it's still there. I can't remember whether the Assassin's Creed one was a perma feature, if it was just a timed thing. I played through the event, I just never actually sat down and played through 15 yet. It's one of those mini games that's sitting over there on my shelf that's never been played. Since I mainly spend most of my time playing big story-heavy RPGs, I generally don't get a lot of games completed every year. Yeah, that makes me sad. Because it was a really neat story, but it was long before I ever did any kind of video recording or content creation. Mainly just because at the time I just didn't have the internet for it. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There it is, our quarry, within striking distance at present. But if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw the Lycaon's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me the time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Wait, that's not the skill I wanted to use. Since 14 gave a primal aeon or whatever they call them in 15, it stayed in game. Ah.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire.
Yeah, that...
Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy.
Through a machine.
But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high. Fly free.
Well, I mean, that's how all the Final Fantasy game crossovers have gone. Except for the
Join the
Assassin's Creed
convocation,
ones.
Hermes.
The Assassin's Creed Final Fantasy 15.
You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction?
Don't want to ruin it for you, so I gave the short version. Well, I mean, that's basically how I would have figured it anyways.
Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
Well, we'll certainly try.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Final Fantasy 15 also has a whole other event thing in it. I mean, events I'm usually not they're neat little things to do, but I usually like how finding how Far Cry, Rainbow Six, Watch Dogs, and Assassin's Creed, how they're all and was it Ghost Recon? How they're all a shared world, and finding all the little bits and pieces and references from each one. Oh, and the Division's also tied in there. They're all, for whatever reason, a shared world. Slightly different points in time for some of them, but it's all really kind of cool. The other Lycaons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Unsure what it's from or if it's for like Final Fantasy 16. Who knows? Final Fantasy 16 is so far off, it's probably not even funny. Although I'm not really, I'll play Final Fantasy 16, but after the more modern type of Final Fantasy 13 and Final Fantasy 15 and the Final Fantasy 7 remakes, I'm not really thrilled with the aesthetic they're kind of going back to. Where to now? Is there anywhere you would like to visit before we leave? I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anagnorisis. That's the biggest thing to me. It's just reading the lore of the games and the stories. Just that really makes or breaks things for me. Which is generally why it's like I kind of like Bloodborne and Dark Souls, but the lack of lore really leaves me very much wanting and removes some of my enjoyment from them. From here, we follow the path northwards to Notaneus. There we will find one of the Naeus which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? But I've been kind of trying to go through and play through all the Yakuza games, which I've never played through, and I've only played through the entirety of a few select of the Final Fantasy games. So I've kind of been trying to go through slowly and get through all those games here on stream. Right now we finished Final Fantasies 1 through 4, the 7 remake, and Final Fantasy 8. We're working on Final Fantasy Tactics at the moment. And we're most of the way through Yakuza 4. Here we are, Note Danaeus. Danaeus will take us to Kulimalaeus Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large above us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Kalimelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arraius. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight. Another, superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
That was too close. Are you unharmed?
Terra Wars. What's
Well,
Terra
now.
Wars?
If it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire
Mobile
is
game?
when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
She figured it out real quick.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
I don't think they know what a primal is.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
Unfortunately.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
But also in turn, by going back, you may have actually set everything in motion for the said final days.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Well, yes.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Fuck off.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest.
No, he doesn't.
If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Not to mention, even if we don't prevent the final... If we don't find a way to fix the final days in our timeline
We were
and
meant to meet.
leave them here, by giving
I'm
them
certain
foreknowledge
of
of the
it.
future, we may change the events that led to us being sent back in the first place.
Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I don't know, then you start getting into paradoxes, and then you got the different possibilities of how time deals with a paradox. Well, yes, but then again, could telling them about us killing him then actually help lead to those events? Or by not telling him, are we actually then leading to him not doing the same things? Perfectly well timed and placed for that. Thank you for the for that, Insane Cloud John. Um, I mean, there's couple different possibilities, and when you're dealing with time travel and paradoxes, and it gets incredibly annoying because it's all the different possibilities that could go on. I'm doing good. By telling them, you could prevent what happens in the future. You could prevent the final days, and thus prevent you from going back. So it all really comes down to how your whatever universe you're in decides to deal and handle a paradox in the space-time continuum. Um, which there's a couple running theories. One is it just simply adjusts and more or less, uh, kind of in a sense, still continues the same weave, but just kind of goes, there's a knot here and moves on. Well, I mean, that really comes down to, because I mean you're going on again on his idea of the science, which I mean, just because that's what he believes does not mean that's actually how it would go down. It's more up to the writers because they could actually rewrite that at any time. Steins Gate time travel, yes, that is more the butterfly effect, which is basically where it doesn't really. It's not really that you're changing times so much as you're going down different timelines. So by each time you going back and changing something, you're then just going down. When you return, you've gone down a different branch. So the same events that of you creating said device to be our means of going back in time is still in play. It's just the events leading up to it have changed, and so you just keep going back, creating another timeline after another. Uh, that kind of deals with string theory, but string theory is a lot more complicated than that, and deals with a lot more than just the space-time continuum. Um, but one of the ways is basically if you go through and create a time paradox, one of the main theories is you could actually just inevitably destroy the entire universe. All universes, actually. All the various timelines just gone. Um, Another is that it just adjusts. And you get various branching lines where, but all for more or less still you having found a way to go back in time to try and do whatever you went through and did. Thus, in a sense, ensuring that all these things continue to happen and ensuring the continuation of said universe. Uh, yeah. I mean, in more reality than not, what would actually happen would be even the Earth would be gone. He would have been in a vacuum, not a single atom anywhere. We'd be back to waiting for the Big Bang. And there's a third theory way that the universe would deal with the paradox, but I don't quite remember what that one is. If what I do remember is it's basically like it just erases you. Just like you and your entire timeline, just meh. The universe just like tears out your thread and goes, you're gone. Doctor Who's weird with their how they deal with time paradoxes. Um, because they've dealt with them a couple different times throughout the series, and there's been a few different ways that it's gone about. The most notable one was when Rose tried to go, when they went back in time to see her dad and her mom get married, and she tried to keep her dad from getting hit by that car. Um, they had those creatures come out and try, basically were erasing people from during the Bad Wolf, as part of the Bad Wolf storyline. Yeah. But then when she did have, and they did another one when it was, what was it? No, it wasn't Smith. Capaldi. They had another time paradox, I do believe, event where they had to deal with it, and they went slightly differently under Capaldi. But that's more because Capaldi just like, you know what? I can rewrite time as I see fit, and well, I'm just going to do it. The more interesting way that it dealt with. Well, yes and no. They kind of left it very vague. But they did make the stipulation that to prevent paradoxes from happening, uh, when they took the stones, they had to go back and put them back to the very instant that they took them from. Which is why Captain America went back and he put them all back where they belonged, and was really old and decided to retire by the time we got back, rather rather than do anything. Because basically it's like if you don't put them back, you get paradoxes, and paradoxes are bad. And if we have a time paradox, we undo everything that we did or we're going to do. Like Iron Man would have lost his daughter, which was the one thing that if he was going to go through and help with retrieving these stones and sending people back in time, he did not want to lose. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal and the quick-fingered Aureus which made off with it. In Aureus, you say, I think we might have seen this culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would of course lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I'd appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Poitin Oikus. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Thank you for the hydrate. I got a bottle of water just over here. Aha! I mean, for the most part in Marvel, they were just trying to avoid really trying to explain things too much. But I haven't sat down and watched it, but uh, the last Spider-Man movie that came out, I don't remember what it was called. I think it was, what was that? No Way Home. That opened up a lot of doors for them to really kind of screw with things. Our last search returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you've fared any better. The crystal, well done. Wonderful, now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? It's like 95% of all quests in any MMO is, hey, can you go find this thing or go find this person and give them this for me? Yeah, great, thanks. Oh, you two? Some of us seem destined to always be searching for ourselves and for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I was, however, trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis. In fact, many times has my presence been requested, my opinions sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal is a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Past not yet come to pass. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then. I just gotta make sure that the stream is back to being live. Yep, there we go. I see us back. Sorry about the inconvenience there. Thank you for holding on, or at least hopefully you did. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. But I think after stream, we'll have to do some work on my computer because it is not acting right. Then again, it's been on the decline for a while, so. No sound? Interesting. It says it's seeing sound there. One moment. Okay, well, you're right. There is no sound. Okay. Let me see if that worked. Okay, hold on. I am going to have to. I'm going to try restarting Streamlabs and seeing if that fixes it. Before I restart, which will mean I have to end stream and restart it, here's my Discord link. Even though I don't think you guys can hear me anyways at the moment. Okay. Okay, well, at least I'm hearing sound, and Streamlabs is saying it's picking up sound. The question is, am I actually getting sound? I'll have to go over to my other computer here and check and see. But I'm hoping I am. Yes, I have sound. Okay, I do have sound. Or at least I do when I go over to my test PC and try to listen on the stream. God, I hate when I have technical issues. Thank you for hanging with us here, Daryl. You are able to hear me, yes? Please tell me you can hear me. Wonderful. Stupid computer. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
Ah, a wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Because I don't wanna.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
Of course you'd say
While
that.
not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle. And we do not have all the pieces.
No, we do not.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren.
See, he didn't want to see the whole story. No, he didn't. He refuses to accept the story, too.
You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk, wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them. Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of dynamis.
But I mean, can you blame him for not wanting to hear
And you
it?
say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Nope, we haven't. Most definitely. Shall we begin our investigations then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor, received by the chief overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Medion. And I have a good idea where we might begin. But just as a warning, my computer may go out again because I've been noticing it stopped trying to send a signal to my third monitor over here a couple times. So if I go out, I do apologize, and I'll try to get things back up and running as soon as I can. See you, the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topics up to you. Oh, I was looking at the wrong building. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Greeting, Ismene. My friends here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Vana. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? His interests? Well, he is an authority on flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person, as a colleague? He is a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as Chief Overseer. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? I cannot really say. As the Chief's personal creation, Medion has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created, with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. The Chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though, if you wish to learn more about Medion, you could try speaking with Timios, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, I think we've taken enough of this means time. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here on, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you track down the colleague Ismene mentioned, while I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. I'll ask that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with this Timaeus. I mean, people often, when they're confronted with a story that doesn't fit what they want to believe, they'll generally try and dismiss it off without giving it full weight of trying to figure out exactly what's going on and actually pick apart everything. Yes, I am Timios, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So what is it you wish to speak about? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in and we can discuss the finer points of this fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love of avian artistry can be traced back to when I was but a... Yeah, blah, 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 blah. Doesn't help us. And thus did I secure an observer's role here in Elpis, and I did at last realize my childhood ambition. Here are the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality, in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life forms. In a brief recounting of events, as was doubtless to your disappointment, is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? You were hoping for more opinion on Chief Hermes' creations, then. Why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless skies in moments and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form, Paulvels, are dumbfounded by his genius. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Medion as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Medion's concept to the Bureau of Architects, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Dynamis and Intellices? Sorry, I think of Intellicaea from the Tales of games. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Let me just make sure of something here. Was just double checking to make sure that sound was still going through. The downfall of having my other setup far away. Oh, good timing. I finished my own investigations not long ago. So, have you any findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field has a little understanding of Medion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Munaz, musing over your recent findings. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the intellects which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Medion? Aside from her unorthodox method of communication. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Peripatia Crystalline. Not far from here, just follow the path to the west. This tower and the one further along are both part of the Peripatia Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed, so if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wish to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Medion? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Medion heavensward, a host of them. For several days he would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mr. Spinall, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after the task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight, which so be delighted your Galeen? Of course, or you could hear from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasis Thalassa. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Banal, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed, they do. 'Tis a rest well-deserved and long overdue. I should think, how greatly have we prospered with the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zem. A Zem. And what Elpis would be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embodied that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. I will take you up to the Skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful. Thank you. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway and you'll find yourself at the entrance to Metabasios Thalassa. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. Mr. Spinall, just passing through? Allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or two out in the upper Skyway. Mistress Mana, I was told to not to. I was not told to expect. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen. If that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place? Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
That looked like riveting conversation.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me. An epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without. Immense, yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating. How keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
It's had its good and it's had its bad.
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Yep, we did.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up. Then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
No,
Oh,
probably
yes.
not.
The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. We suggest that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter. The more likely possibility proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Mutea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Eileen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Deep under a mountain of work and seeking outside assistance. Shit, that's not what I wanted to do. Wasn't thinking. Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where should I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? It is quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry illusion here over to that island? Stubborn creature, there's no place on this great star we have not... Argos is rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What, you've ridden before? Ah, your before, meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? I had a feeling you might say something like that. Know what you must, give a good showing, however. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Let's go ahead and try this out.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
It's just not fair. Not fair at all.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Or how about no? How about we don't and say we did?
No quarter. Have a taste.
I almost wish I was on my bard that whole time.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself. We've only just begun.
Really?
Come at me with your all.
What more nonsense are you going to throw at me? This is bullshit.
My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Are you done now?
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will! You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Good. We passed.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azem when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Mm-hmm.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
It's a very pretty, shiny puppers. Argus will soon have us standing on the very spot where the Matea made their departure into the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we may have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Vana has Argos and his double at heel. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from above and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Yeah, we'll raid Argos over the isle here. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? Notiferon? Quite a striking specimen, is it not? It really is.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Huh. A shared consciousness.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
Yeah, that they are.
Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life.
Well, I was just figured you were just lurking about.
Meteion,
But thank you for still being
though
here.
I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Interesting. Very interesting. So, the ones he sent out are supposed to come back at some day.
So, what is your opinion?
And they have a shared consciousness.
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill.
No, it does not.
We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness.
Can only hope so.
'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than to look in Thesis Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethosit. I cannot pronounce some of these. I'm sorry. Ethosilotikos Boreas, the Northern Isle. I wonder, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Tysus itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility, and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within these sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer and most of Elpis' observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the Neos north of Paiton Oikos. So, from the sounds of it, it's sort of like the TARDIS. Not quite the TARDIS, because the TARDIS is a living being. But in the fact that it's bigger on the inside. Basically, pocket dimensions. At least that's what my understanding of what she just said was. There's a quest coming up. If you're not done this, I'll help if you need it. Well, let's take a look and see what it is, and if we need it, then your help would be most welcome. Ah, good. The Naos acknowledge you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Thesis Hyperborea, we follow this path and turn left at the crossroads. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits that description than the invisible, intangible Dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? It was assumed that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. Seems that there's more to the tale after all. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. No, ultimately, I very much like playing games with other people. When I can, I try to get in Discord with people, and how comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story. But, as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Like tomorrow night, so long as my computer cooperates, I've got to talk with someone, but we'll be doing a multiplayer, multi-stream of either Stardew Valley or I think there was some talk of trying 7 Days to Die. Hythlodaeus is eager to find Hermes. I think the time for leisurely exploration has passed. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path, we can teleport to Musopsi's arrows from the device at the bottom of the slope. But we've in the past played Valorant, Destiny 2, Fortnite, Call of Duty. There's a wide range of multiplayer games. I got a bunch more that I'd like to try, I just need to find the people to play them. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be the circular enclosures you see just up ahead. Well then, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was the only one there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the graces in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Illusion can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vanna, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Well, usually, because I need to actually talk with Zell and see what we're actually doing here tonight. Or, well, not tonight, but tomorrow. I don't know. My concept of time is weird because it's like, it's 3 a.m., but to me, it's still like yesterday because I normally work second shift. So I don't go to sleep till like 6 a.m. But I need to figure out what game we're playing and send out a message going if anyone wants to join us, they're more than welcome to. Because I don't know, it's his server if we do 7 days to die, so I don't know what the limitations are on that. You're a disabled vet. Well, thank you for your service. Start off with that first and foremost. Why is it saying above me? I think I was probably supposed to go across that bridge. But, and then if we're doing Stardew, I have a mod that I'm using that allows us to basically just have as many players join as I want to set the number to. Maybe we're supposed to come up here? Oh, yeah, we're definitely supposed to come up here. Yeah, unfortunately I don't think Stardew is cross-platform. Sadly. Would be nice, though. I mean, I think I own... I'd have to check my list, but I think I own it on Switch just because I occasionally take my Switch to different places. And Stardew's one of those really nice, just kind of chill games that you can just kind of. Well, I can't really dive into it and dive out real quick after. I usually end up spending quite a bit of time whenever I play it. Usually, for whatever reason, I like to spend most of my time in that game fishing. This quest you were talking about? Well, I'm probably looking either for something to interact with or uh just gotta try and figure out what I'm looking for. Because it's something specific I'm looking for here. Aha! I see the quest marker. What are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmett Selk company. An important matter and unrelated to my decision on Fandaniel, you say? Then yes, I'll come as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Probably not. I keep getting attacked by things. Though, it's some really interesting flora and fauna. You spoke with Hermes, then, and were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungarian Gardens as well. I see, or I should say, smell. I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done, indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let's pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Selk who could recreate Amarat in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. But, be it in our future or our past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, I hope that that is. Hermes said he would not be long. Yes, then we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Yes, there is.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are, and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis,
Sorry, I was
we
grabbing
would
some
hear it.
pizza.
dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
That's
I
ominous.
wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon, What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness.
This is
Connection
freaky.
established. Commencing status report.
It hurts, it hurts! It hurts!
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why? Why do we? They hurt.
Holy shit, what the hell did she run into?
This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Well, shit.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
We'll do my best. She's got answers.
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Whatever the big lizard Venus flytrap thing does, please don't turn look at me. Seeps into my mind our voices reporting. No, Hermes must not hear them. I have to run, to hide. Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run far away. No, come on. Please, don't follow me. Ah, shit, I actually had it. Nope. It was worth the shot, though. Maybe we're there by that tree. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Why we sought out the other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. I'm still thinking that maybe one of these Medions was Genova, because when you think about it, it kind of makes sense. Genova came from some other planet. I mean, this is more supporting my theory than anything. That's some pretty colored water. Compiling a report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Aetheris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, you mustn't listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Medion's anguished voice flees towards the lake. Any sign of Medion? Panic and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Matea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the Matea's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Medion we've just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Oh, my dear Medion, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Only one way to find out. Flodius has a suggestion. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Medion renders herself invisible, matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt our concealment with a surfeit of ether, much how Emmett Selk solidified your presence when first we met you? Don't be absurd, I can hardly channel an ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. We'll continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Medion's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards the lake. Assuming she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Illusion and Emmett Silk will be our tracker, and trap her respectively while we others predict and obstruct Medion's avenues of escape. Emmett Silk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts to let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Medion and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. You're the first one we spot, which is over here. Hide, yes. So I'll just have to hide, then where no one can find me. She went into the lake as if this wasn't tiresome enough. At least that open expansion should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rock at the water's edge. Not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I'll feed you to a remora. Yeah! And there you go. Over the falls you go, whether you like it or not. Do you some good. Not here. I'm not here. Please. By the rock, is she very well? What? Why can't I hide? What are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the other's in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. Do. If this native's not in use, it seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Minion's essence. We move on. There, I see her. I think this would be the most logical one to check first. There might be another one around here somewhere, but I think this one's... Must have been right. Just run across the bridge.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please.
We can hear you.
Please protect them. Protect them all.
We'll do what we can.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough. Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
That could be bad.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard.
Excuse me.
Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Yeah, fool sounds about right. You fool of a took. Why, Hermes, why could you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Clodius is pondering what to do next. Hermes has headed to Tysus. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point in the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in this matter. Vana? An illusion? 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Just a moment here. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth in the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Catisis Hyperborea we go. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Tysus? Mr. Fana, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted, but the alarm was sounded and Tysus put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Tysus Color's observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You're fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled. Now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need only make the most of our strength. Now fill in the gaps as required. I was once a Zim, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emitselk, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You love potent spells as easily as breathing, but you can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so chose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us all on all fronts. It's like, son of a... Your tale led us here, so 'tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we'll win through to Hermes and Medion. And then we'll face the future together. Okay, so we got a dungeon to go do. Try and get some of this stuff out of my inventory and make some space. Let's see, let's go to Limsa and try to empty some of our inventory a little bit. Okay. Actually, I should probably go turn whatever I've got over to Maelstrom and then see what I can sell. Okay, there we go. Okay. If it has resale value, I'm going to sell it. Well, it's versus just prices of what you do got. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So yes, very much bigger on the inside. So it's a TARDIS without the living part.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
Okay. Okay, so all that has to be... Okay, so watch the footprints, and he's going to attack from one of these mounts. And the pattern's probably going to get more complicated each time he does it. Glad I had enough time to actually figure that one out. Well, I didn't figure it out. My teammates did. I just got moved in time to not die. This one, I think. The ring would be an upgrade for me, so...
I'm warning you. Stay away!
Well, at least we got one upgrade. Now up to a whole 532 item level. Oh, I wasn't over far enough. I wasn't expecting to. Oh shit, son of a. I don't know how to tell which head was about to attack. See, maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention, because I have a bad habit of that, which is generally why I don't actually go raiding in this game. I'm too easily distracted. They sort of like a Cobra hood. Is that what I just noticed was the difference?
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet. Hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Okay.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
I mean, can't blame you on that.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foes! Stars on high, fall as rain! Sons of Ether! Surge as one! Dancing winds, pierce my foes!
I screwed that up, but oh well, you'll have that.
Stars on high, fall as rain! Even when transformed, but I am not finished yet.
There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go.
No! My power!
Upgraded weapon I already had upgraded. It's over another piece. Nah. Don't like that one. Didn't like the last one even less, but...
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
She probably doesn't even know.
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Atheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no
fuck.
need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? to decree we live or die. Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Oh shit! So that's why.
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Well, we'll just have to do something about that.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Like, how she's just staying on riding Argos like that.
Almost! Oh! Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
So left a little tracker on. So that's how we know how to find Meteon. Now, how do we get to Meteon?
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I'd rather not. I mean, Emmett Silk, at least...
Final process
This kind of early
complete.
version of Emmett Silk
Executing
sucks.
universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired.
Understandably.
Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmett Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Yeah, so what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
Oh, excuse me.
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. Meteon. Her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos' accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Unfortunately. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical. Resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it is unlikely he will create more Inteleches. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself, and he will believe that. Had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then the media would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day, hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. And we just hit level 90 on Reaper. Nas watching you in quiet contemplation. Listen to me. Our duty now is to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett, Selk, and Athlodius that they've been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experience Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. The remains of our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of the Propylion.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home. May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
Interesting.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiark! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Because it's not.
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
So she tried to reason with her people before sundering everything.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering, to mire and plague.
What the hell happened there?
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing
so
your
that's
end is assured. To find the strength to continue when
Kind of
all
revisiting
strength
that.
has left you. To find joy,
Hey, Ren, thank you for
even
the
as
raid.
darkness descends.
Welcome, raiders.
And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
Ren raid. Only thing is, I don't think I saw a notification show up on the screen.
A conjunction has begun to form. An intertwining of your time and mine.
I got the notification, I just don't think it showed up on the screen.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then
Shall
Success
I
then?
honor the
Yes.
promise made in another time, another age?
I'm doing good. Yourself? We've had some technical difficulties tonight, but as I've never played X2, I don't know what all that actually means. But congratulations. Got got 3 dress tiers in X2 tonight, including Dark Knight. Okay. Comes with soul crystal, equivalent of soul crystals on 14. Comes with a glamour too. Always nice. One of these days I'll get around to playing 10 and 10 too. One day. I have no idea when that will be. There are so many Final Fantasy games between me and that at this time. Well, I've already replayed the one I first played, my first Final Fantasy game, because my first was actually, it was labeled as 2, it was actually 4, but it was labeled as 2 on the SNES. And replaying it was kind of a treat. Impeccable timing as always. I'd heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Well, like I said, yeah, that's the worst thing. It's like, so what I played as 2 and what I played as 3 were actually 4 and 6. Because the actual Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 2, 3, and 5 were never sent to the US originally. Well, they never got sent to the US, but I mean they existed in Japan. They recently got sent over to us as part of. There was some bundle that they put out on Steam that has all the originals, all localized and everything. Which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. I've played through 1, 2, and 3. 4, we finished the After Years a couple weeks ago. The next Final Fantasy game I'm going to do is actually Final Fantasy Tactics. And then we're back on mainline games up until after we do Final Fantasy 7, whenever that is. And then we'll have Dirge of Cerberus, which I'll be playing on a PS2. Though you and Crow both have news to share, hers is perhaps the more urgent. So, have you learned aught more of the final days? Yes, we did. Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be of great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alistair and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they've visited, Locus Amanus is one of the worst affected. Thancred, Ascidian, and Graha took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast, they only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Ishtola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon. An ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades, in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. You also Sorry, you need water desperately. No, you're good. You also recall the proposal issued by Master Foshinal to the people of Radzatan? I don't know, because I don't know exactly when you left. Following their discussion, Vertra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wished to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the heinous refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alisei, Stenian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with, and now the final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Foshin, and then panic broke out and our communications were severed. From fragments we were able to make out before the link shell went completely silent, we can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. So apparently we're getting bad news. The others need you. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make the difference, I'm sure of it. I somehow doubt it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you best take every possible precaution. But what I forgot to do is I need to draw a card for Ren's Raid. So, to go in the scrapbook, we get My Lady from Soul Hackers 2. She is. I will definitely agree with that. That's a game that's recently been added to the giant pile of games that I need to play at some point. At which point we'll figure out who she is and all about her at that point. And not a moment too soon. The skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you have heard, your fellow Scions have arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troop on the Magna Glacies that the Forum's airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I'd have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we will discuss them later. I trust you are ready to depart. Yeah, I guess we're ready for this.
No. 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 We were promised an escape. Not the same doom we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
People don't just
Come,
calm
we
down.
must build a line of defense.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
I can handle this pair.
You shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
Yeah, there's work to be done. Make yourself useful, Alphino.
As you wish, my little lord.
For once, he's actually being useful.
I'll command the beast's attention. See to the wounded.
Oh. I'm playing as Alphino.
Help is at hand.
Well, crap. Guess I... Yeah, because I don't know shit about playing this.
Leave it to me.
Yeah, neither do I.
Those who can stand, come with me.
I usually play Bard. Which, I mean, there was a time
You're
that
safe now.
they cast, but... But I forgot to introduce myself.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
Welcome to Illusion Fox Gaming. We're a variety channel. We do a lot of different things, from Destiny 2 to this to Persona.
Worry not
You
for the
have it.
refugees, but for yourself.
Where's my next target? I'm going to guess that thing that just showed up. Let's get out of the Orange of Doom. No, that's not what I want. How does I target the right person to heal?
Hard, but not hard enough!
Okay, what do we have to fight next? Or is that it? Okay, have a good sleep there, Ren. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for sharing your community with us.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Makes me think of the brain bug from Starship Troopers.
I don't want to die.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape! Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then?
In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better!
For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
You don't always get what you want.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Nah.
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Okay, what do I got here?
I'm fine.
Not today.
I'm not done yet.
None to worry about. The air crackles with energy. Find cover!
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
Not as exciting as some of the other ultimates, but... or limit breaks, I should say.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Oh, you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out!
Rawhog went from mage to
Quickly.
paladin?
I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone. Oh.
Nah, we're never alone. We always have friends. I'm back. I would never go with either of the other two.
I can look after myself, you know.
Everything's in order, I trust?
I've had enough of this rabble! Come on!
Oh, a trio for the ages. Just the beginning.
I had a feeling I'd find you here. This should be the last of the worst troublemakers. With me!
Leave the healing to me. I am in your debt.
Now, where were we?
I just barely got out of that. There we go.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread.
I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to Old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination. The people of Radzat Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well. Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Xenos! Here! You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship. Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying.
Of course it was.
Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
Yeah, he is. It's all he lives for.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seem sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about.
You're just realizing this now?
Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. Murdered by their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you.
Way to go.
So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
For some reason, I figure we probably will.
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Not even a smile at the thought of that. How disappointing. To see Zeno standing there so uncaring and unrepentant, gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy. But to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again. Lucia is taking stock of the present situation.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuneau. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
Yes, the first two.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait. Did you hear something just now?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night, and to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort. 'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetheris. Urianger made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvellous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Urianger made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
It's like,
forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important, as am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
Stop humbly saying anything.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Sharlayan, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
I think she just said that it needs to be the other way around.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loperites made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Well, we thank you for it.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
I dare say Master Foshino is nonplussed as we learn the identity of Highland's lunar custodians. As you'll soon discover, they have much more to offer the Forum. Might I suggest we return to the annex forthwith? We may yet have time to discuss the recent adventures ere we are summoned to the rostra. Not that I'm complaining, Orange, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporrits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Cryo tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the ethereal sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest. And so, I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Akasha are one and the same, this all proves Nidhana's theory. We were an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of the great expanse. Medion, or rather the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred, drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose: the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim: to defeat Medion. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Medion and deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Medion escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vanat, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implication of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume that our Heidelin and the Vanat you met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? That's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Heidelin must by necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoy have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Ehrenwald and other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the Ante-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the Ethereal Sea, built closer to home. Sorry to interrupt, we've just received word from the Forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. The Forum is in session. As such, the roster is closed to visitors. A sign of the seventh dawn. Very well. You may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted in the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glaciers. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational, and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, We will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes
Well, that's kind of the way these stories go.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
I mean, what do you got to lose? We either figure it out or you go with plan A.
"71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it. Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Very well.
I call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both the means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Medion, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving other cells with the completion of the arc as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think I'd like to think it is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. Okay. Well, I would say that's enough for tonight. It's been a long stream. We've been at it for 7 hours. Let's go ahead and raid someone and call it a night. I don't think we've raided these people before, but they're part of a community of streamers that I have a bunch of friends in, so... They're playing some Dead by Daylight. When we move over, go ahead and copy and paste this into the chat. I'd like to thank everyone again for showing up. We'll be back tomorrow with more stuff. Not sure of exact time, but sometime. Till then, I hope you all have a very much wonderful rest of your days.